Hello, everybody. I'm realizing it's very dark in here. One sec. Okay. Hopefully that'll help. We'll see. That's what I want, a refreshing ice-cold sip of dentist shame. Delighted that that's the first thing I read in chat today. Oh, goodness. Do they sell that at Walmart? They should. Hello. Welcome. Happy Sunday. Let's see. What have we got here? Hello. I'm so sorry about the confusion about start time today. Sometimes my Discord tells me that a message has gone through. And then when I open it the next time, the message did not go through. Normally, it'll tell you if a message hasn't gone through because the message turns red. But every now and then, when it really wants to fuck with me, I'll send a message or a post or whatever, and it'll turn white like everything's totally fine. So, we all thought you were napping. I was not. Today's been crazy. It's been very hectic. I was doing shit. My mother-in-law asked if Clark wanted to go to a Halloween thing tonight with some of the other cousins, and I was like, of course she would. And they were like, but it's an outdoor thing, so she needs to be like bundled up. And we were looking through all the costumes and like dressing up stuff she has, and we were like, she doesn't have anything that we can make warm without just basically covering up the costume. So we giga-brained and went to TK Maxx and looked in the kids section for all of the clearance black clothing, and just put together a like half-baked Wednesday outfit, and she looks adorable and very warm. So it was great. Yeah, that turned out perfect. We are still like doing the last finishing shit on this other house. So I had to go over there and like facilitate a thing. And we realized Clark has a height chart that we put on one of the walls, and we kept being like, don't worry, we'll absolutely transfer the height chart. We will transfer the height chart. And today is like basically the last opportunity we had to transfer the height chart. Last night, Sam had gone over there, transferred the height chart, and then went to the skip with his dad and accidentally threw it away. It was like, I worked so hard on it. It was amazing. And then I threw it away. So this morning, Clark and I were like, it's fine. We're going back to that house. We'll do it. We got there, didn't have a pen. So I found an old piece of wood and scratched marks into it with a key. It's it worked, okay? That's what matters really at the end of the day. So yeah. No, I was not napping. Is I guess the long and the short of it. On the plus side, my kid is doing fun shit right now, and that means I can pull a Sam and stream until we do Sunforged, basically. So that's fun. Let's go! Yeah. Clarky needs fleece leggings. I have looked for fleece leggings. I don't trust buying leggings on like Amazon or anything like that anymore, so I don't. But I can't find them anywhere, which is upsetting. Is it coffee or tea? It's coffee. Animal! It's coffee. I actually woke up early enough to catch a stream. Nice. I'm streaming at a different time than I normally do, so it's all working out perfectly. Also, oh my God, I totally forgot we're doing a giveaway today. Hold on. Let's set that shit up, shall we? Oh my gosh, I totally forgot. We don't have a giveaway command. We should. But that's fine. For now, we need to come up with a new keyword phrase. What's being given away? We were sent 3 codes for Poems and Codes, which we played at the end of the stream on Friday, and is a nice chill time, a nice educational game where you solve ciphers to reveal poetry. It's cool. They are the same people that made Prose and Codes, which we also played on stream, that has you reveal chunks of a novel, and then it tells you about the novel. So here's the thing. Last time we did fart, okay? That really, it gave us a lot because the entire stream was just people unsure whether or not they were being trolled into saying fart in chat. But it was actually the giveaway code. I need to think of something that's on the same level, you know? Who's that Poemon? Oh my God, that is funny though. If only because it would be so easy to accidentally write the wrong thing and not enter the giveaway. Who's that Poemon? Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. If you type, who's that Poemon, all one word. Poemon spelled Poemon. Yep, exactly as Thundergrub has written it out. Who's that Poemon? If you type that in chat, you enter the giveaway. Okay. Let me make a new command. Create giveaway. To win a Poems and Codes Steam key. Oop. I put the exclamation point in the wrong spot. Okay, we're good now, I think. If you do exclamation point giveaway, it now says the phrase and what the key is for. So hopefully that question shouldn't need to be answered anymore. It would be really funny if I wrote it out incorrectly in the command. But I didn't, I don't think. You only need to write it once. Even after we've given away a key, it will still keep the same collection of names minus the person who won. So you only have to enter it once. You never have to write it again unless you really want to. You can also write fart fart if you want. Yeah. I hope y'all's weekends have been going good. Ours is good because this house is nearly out of our lives. This morning, Sam and I shared a long, meaningful embrace. We were in the kitchen, and he just went like this, and I toddled in, and we gave each other a big hug, and he was like, "It's almost over." It's like, "It's almost over. We're almost done with this fucking house." And I was like, "I'm so happy." Why are you changing place? This place is our home. We have been renting our old house for months now because we couldn't work here initially, and there were so many issues that got in the way. And so we had to keep it. But it's finally out of our lives. Playing Signalis, thanks to your streams. Thank you so much. Loving it. I'm so glad I played that game. I today was just thinking to myself, like, I should look up, number one, look up the other endings, because there's multiple endings to this game. It's like, I should look up the other endings, and then I should look up, like, I'm positive people have done huge write-ups, just like, here's what I think that game is about. Anyways, I'm not going to spoil anything, but that was a fantastic game. It was a really manageable, like, length of game. I feel like something like a survival horror kind of has to be, it can't be that long, you know? Hi, Summer. Garbage Hag is a fantastic name. It reminds me of that comic. Hey, buddy, do you want to hag out? Sorry, I mean hang out. No, but I do want to hag out. I've watched interpretation videos for Signalis, and it's all super bleak. I mean, yeah. Again, no spoilers, but yeah. It was a sunny day today. I was so grateful because I was terrified to come up the stairs. I had to send a message to everybody in the family being like, hey, in case for some reason you get a bug in your ear and you really want to go up those stairs, don't do it. We brought so much stuff home that is like cords and all sorts of like shit that we had decided, okay, that's going on the other side of my office, and we couldn't even get it up here. So there's just boxes of like random electronic crap in the house that's supposed to be in here. So we're not going to like go through it or unbox it or anything because it's not supposed to be in there. So it's just chilling. Because to come up here yesterday or the day before was a death sentence. Oh, my nose. Fear and Hunger? No. That does not sound familiar to me. I don't play a lot of, I assume that's a horror game. I don't play a lot of horror games. It has to be like just the right tone and just the right amount of spook for me to be like, yeah, I love this. But it's such a fine line. It's so easy for me to play a game like that and be like, no, I hate this. Fear and Hunger is very graphic. Fear and Hunger is super duper horror. Fear and Hunger is really messed up. Yeah, no, thank you. No, I'm good. No, I've never even heard of it somehow. Flashbacks to Outer Wilds. Yeah. Another game that I will not spoil for you at all, but was 100% not my cup of tea. Super Eye Patch Wolf has a video on Fear and Hunger. I actually have watched quite a few of his videos, so maybe I'll check that out. Sorry, it's a picture of my child dressed up as Wednesday. Adorable! Super Cousin Time made me reinstall Final Fantasy XIV. Let's go. It's a good game. I know you said you've only played up through Realm Reborn. There is so much. I maintain, some people disagree on the order of like what the best expansions are. To me, literally every expansion is better than the last expansion. They're all good. I think all of it's better than Realm Reborn. Realm Reborn just had some pacing problems, but like story-wise, it just gets more and more complex in a really good way. It's such a good game. Suggest a game. No One Lives Under the Lighthouse. Summer, what the fuck is this game? No! I still have the MMO mouse plugged in. What fresh hell is this? Hold on. Oh my god. Disgusting. Ugh. Okay, we're free. Anyway, what is this? It's a good spooky game. I think you'd like it. And no one lives under there. I don't believe you. No one lives under the lighthouse. How long is this game? Atmospheric adventure horror. Very positive. A slow burn retro horror game in which you arrive at the old lighthouse on a small island near the coast of the United States. After the previous keeper has gone missing, you need to take over his duties and watch after the light. Oh, God. I couldn't get 10 minutes in. I got too scared. Oh, my God. Okay, well. The way you talked about it got me thinking the MMO mouse was an animal mouse. No, it's my old mouse, which I love. I highly recommend the Razer Naga. Big fan. I will be getting a newer version of this mouse. Currently, this is what I use, which is a wireless HyperX mouse. I plug this mouse in only to play Final Fantasy XIV. And the reason I don't use it as my primary mouse anymore is because something has gone hiddly-piddly with it, and occasionally it just does whatever it wants. The mouse goes all over the screen. Not great when you're rating, but it happens so rarely that I just kind of roll with it and hope that it's fine. I've tried fixing it. I've tried taking like the bits apart that I feel comfortable taking apart and cleaning it and all of that. Nothing seems to help. So I don't know what's wrong with it, but it's not gamer gunk, no. I've played Yuppie Psycho. Yuppie Psycho is, yeah, it's horror-ish, I guess. It's a bit weird. Mine soft locked at a certain point. I can't remember what part of the game it was in, but I played a decent amount of it. And then there was one room that when I would go into it, it would crash the game. And I kept trying to figure out how to get it to not do that. And I never did, so I never finished it. I've had trouble like that for a while, but the culprit was Windows. Would that make sense if one mouse is totally fine and the other mouse isn't? Shall we do our first drawing? Have you all typed "Who's That Poemon" in chat in order to enter the giveaway? You could win a code to Poems and Codes, the new game by the dev team that made Prose and Codes. Both fantastic games. But who is that Poemon? That is the question. Alrighty. Ready. Steady. Wait, what? What happened? No, it reset the giveaway. Okay, if you entered before, you have to re-enter now. I'm so sorry. I don't know what went wrong. Get it in there. If you entered before, you have to say it again. I'm so sorry. Here we go. All right. Not fart fart. It's not fart fart this time. Please, I'm begging you. Not fart fart. Mm-hmm. You monsters. We're almost to 100. 100 people entering the giveaway. 99. 100. Ba, ba, ba. Fantastic. Ready, steady, roll it. Dr. Jazz Fist, congratulations. You win a code to Poems and Codes. I will send it to you now. There you go. Congratulations. And what do we say in the DM chat if we win and don't want the code? What do you say if you win, but you were just joining because you wanted to have a good time, but you don't actually want the code? I reject this. Well done. I reject this. Keep in mind, it is just a free ball and code, okay? So you don't have to use it. If you win it, maybe think of somebody else who might enjoy that game. If you're like, my dyslexia could never, that's totally fine. It is a word-based game. I get it. But you might know somebody who wants the code. You could give it as a gift to somebody else. Whatever you want to do with it, that's not my business. Unless you say, I reject this, in which case I will take it back. I like the pantomime style call and response going on. Yeah. Me too. Me too. It's very fun. Mm-hmm. It has to be in all caps, otherwise I'll ignore it. Where is my husband? What's this for? Use exclamation point giveaway if you would like to find out. I feel like I'm cutting off my own head and whatever, sure. Oh. You got to do a full stream with the full zoom. No. There is Sunforge tonight, yeah. Are you decorating the farm for Halloween? No, because we're going to be out of town. I mean, my mother-in-law might do something. I've decorated the house. I decorated the house in September, you know. But in terms of like fun stuff out there, just like for whatever, no, I haven't taken the time to do that because we're leaving. We're leaving on Tuesday, and we won't be here for Halloween, so. Do we have to catch up on the previous series to watch Sunforged? No, you don't. If you mean Godforged, you do not have to watch Godforged in order to watch Sunforged. They are completely separate. Aside from the fact they're on the same planet, but totally different continents, completely different characters, different everything. So, Astro Chris, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the Cat Gang. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're 6 episodes in? They're long. D&D is always long, you know. It's hard to catch up with it. But as far as D&D shows go, not that much to catch up on for Sunforged. Thank you. Luciniac sent it to me.
Thank you. Thank you for the new sweater. I will be taking it with me to America.
Sometimes the players reference something that happened in Godforged and I feel out of the loop. I'm trying to think when we've done that. I'm sure it's happened. Fan for years. I'm just here today now and felt I needed to support. I'll probably be obsessing over the D&D soon. Please do. I hope you enjoy. As of right now, Clark and I are going, and then Sam is going a couple days after us. A bunch of stuff keeps popping up, so it might wind up that just Clark and I go. Because we have another like big family trip thing for the end of the year. So same on my end. Glad to find Doogs on the Twitch.
Thank you, guys.
I totally, occasionally I'll run into somebody and they'll be like, I used to watch you on YouTube all the time. I hate live streams. So I just don't watch you anymore, but I'm glad that you're doing well. And honestly, I think that's very sweet. And I totally get not enjoying live streams. Everybody wants to consume, media differently. And it makes sense that there's plenty of people that are like, I like YouTube. I like watching video content. I don't like watching live shit. I totally get it. Can I ask how long I've been out of the loop by asking how old Clark is? Clark is 5. She'll be turning 6 in April. Is she big? She's 5. I'm so old. I know, dude. Yeah. She's moving out next year. She's a big old schooler. Yeah. She's in her 2nd year of school. She's got all kinds of opinions. She's developing hopes and fears and interests and all sorts of amazing things that combine into a unique person and personality. And it's amazing. Oh my goodness, my little girl is almost 2. And I want to say thank you for talking about pregnancy and motherhood on stream. It helped me when I was considering. I'm so glad. I was just talking about that with Thierry. Thierry and I were doing Final Fantasy 14, and she was laughing because she was saying a lot of times when she's streaming, her like after she's picked up her kids from school, they're just like chilling, but obviously they come to like ask her things or like get help with stuff or whatever while she's streaming. And she was like, occasionally people in chat will be like, you've convinced me that I don't want to be a parent. She's like, what does that mean? And we were talking about how like, that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? It's like, only if people around you are really openly talking about like what being a parent is like, can people make informed decisions about whether or not that's like what they want to sign up for, I think it is helpful. I'm glad that you found that helpful. I think it is helpful for people to be like, bro, it's amazing. And I'm also frustrated every day of my life. Like it's awesome. I wouldn't trade it for the world, but good Lord. I love my nephews, but I also love being able to return. I don't know why the way that you said that was so funny to me. Yeah. Does Clark have a costume? My nephew scared me when he popped out as a Fall Guy character. So I was saying that she's at like a Halloween thing with my in-laws today. She's considered one of the big kids now, so she can go to Halloween stuff, and she's feeling very cool about it. But it came with all of these, like, make sure it's all outdoors, make sure that, you know, if she wants to wear a costume, that's of course encouraged, but she needs to be like dressed warmly because it's happening at night and like all these things. And I was like, oh my goodness. Okay. Well, let's look through what you've got. So we looked through everything she had. And in the end, I was like, and any of the stuff that we have currently that you could wear, we would have to cover up with like jackets and stuff in order for you not to be freezing, you know? And then what's the point, right? So we decided to make a trip to old TK Maxx and look in the kids clearance section, and we found a bunch of black clothing that was on super clearance. And we looked at each other like, you should go as Wednesday. So we picked out some cute black dress. We had black leggings, like big bulky black sweater and stuff, and braided her hair, and she looked so freaking cute and very warm. So it was great. It worked out perfectly. Super clearance, exactly my price range. Dude, if it had a sale tag and then they put a second sale tag on top of the first one, I'm listening. I'm listening. But also, what's wrong with this? I will look at it. But also, why the fuck has no one bought this yet? What's wrong with it? But we tried them on. Because they fit me, you know. She tried them on and was like, they're super comfy. And they fit her perfect. And we were like, fantastic. Shove those in our mouths and leave. Because it's haunted. Makes sense. Perfect for a Wednesday outfit. As someone who used to work at Old Navy, I feel the what's wrong with this suspicion. I can't help, if there's like a lot of one shirt and it's on the clearance rack and no one's taking it, what's up with that shirt? What happened to that shirt? You know? I heard black clothes. I thought it was going to be a cute black cat costume angle. No, last year she was oh my God, what was her combination last year? Unicorn, witch. It's always three things. Witch was part of it though. She was a witch of some description. Unicorn, witch, something. We put a big unicorn horn on the witch hat. It was adorable. And Sam and I took her trick-or-treating, and we decided to be her cats, her familiars, right? And then the whole night she would go, here, kitty, kitty, kitty. To us. Remember, she was 4 at the time. So she's just this tiny little thing like, here, kitty, 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 to Sam, who's a giant, wearing little cat ears. Hilarious. Anyways, we decided to not go for the cat angle this year. It's so cute. Yeah, it was very cute. So now we're going to see what she wants. She's really into this Wednesday costume. So it might be that for actual Halloween, she's like, no, let's keep this shit rolling. I want to be Wednesday again, you know? In which case I need to figure out what to be. My very first thought is Uncle Fester. My very first thought is Uncle Fester, because that just sounds hilarious to me. I've tried to, it was too last minute, But I looked for one of her she's got a couple little like sling bags, and I wanted to take one of them and make a cardboard hand and cut it out and stick it to the purse so that it looks like thing. It didn't work out though. You as Gomez and Sam as Morticia is amazing. That would be amazing, yeah. Yeah, I just need a pinstripe suit, right? And a little... I could do that. Or a big fur coat or something. And because in it... Amazing. The OG fervent kisses man. I love that your first thought wasn't Morticia, but Fester. Do I seem like I have Morticia energy? I don't think I do. More than Fester energy? I highly disagree. Not with that attitude. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out what I can find. Fester is easy because you put a bald cap on, you put some purple under your eyes, and then just wear whatever. And kind of hunch around a little bit and go, ha! You know? Just do lots of, ha! Ha! Just mug the non-existent camera constantly. And then you're good, you know? Sam is tall enough for lurch, but not silent enough. Sam could pull off a lurch. All you gotta do is go, He could do it. Ah. Oh my God. Ugh. Do you guys remember that terrible era we went through where people's costumes would just be gluing or taping shoe boxes to the front of their trousers? And being like, I'm the dick in the box guy. I'm so glad we're past that. I had forgotten about that. You're welcome for bringing it back up again. Please explain. The Lonely Island did a song called Is My Dick in a Box? And then a bunch of people thought it was so funny that they were like, that's an easy costume. And they put on a nice suit and taped a shoebox to the front of their trousers. And they were like, I'm the dick in the box guy. That's the whole song. That's the whole song. Yeah. Is my dick in a box? That's the whole song. It's just that. Thank you. I'm sorry I asked. You're so welcome. Do you mean Justin Timberlake? Justin Timberlake with Lonely Island, yeah. I went to a family fun fair. All the teen youths at the photo booth were duck facing. I thought we were past that. I'm glad we're not. Time sometimes feels like it's flying by too fast. Things are changing too quickly. I've gotten old enough now. Not saying that I'm old, but I'm old enough to feel like, wait, weren't we just doing that? We're already done. I'm kind of glad that people are still duck facing. That's good. Is unironical dabbing still a thing? I dab all the time. I wouldn't say that I have a choice in the matter. It just happens. My body just assembles itself into that position too easily now. I forgot that we had a dabbing Wilk. I love him. I love him. He's beautiful. Excuse me. Holy shit. That crawled right out of my mouth, dude. Oh, I mean, when I was doing YouTube, people would go, oh, my favorite YouTuber is so-and-so. And I'd be like, I have no idea who that is. And I'd go look them up and they'd have like 4 million subscribers. I'd be like, I'm a YouTuber. How do I not know these bitches? And that's how I feel on Twitch too. Someone will be like, I watch Twitch all the time. These are all the people that I watch. And I'll be like, I've never heard of any of them. Not that that matters, but like, you make an assumption, right? Like, if I haven't heard about this person and I'm streaming all the time and I'm very involved in the Twitch community, and then you go look and you're like, apparently they pulled 10,000 people at a time. So who's the one not paying attention? It's me, apparently. I did do a Monster Hunter collab with Flick. What a funny combination of worlds. Yeah, I think, it's so saturated now. There are so many streamers. And I think maybe because, sorry, let me get my thoughts in order here. When I first started doing coffee time on stream, at that time, I would get people coming into chat saying, you need to be careful because you're going to get banned because you're not playing a video game. Because lest we forget, at the time, the only thing you were allowed to do on Twitch was play video games or do video game related content. And we started like trying to push that. Like, well, if I'm doing a craft that's about a video game, does that count? You know, and I went to them and I asked, like, do you think that, is it okay if it's only like a couple hours long? If I do, that's what Saturday Morning Dooger was. If I do like a short, like chit chat thing. And they were like, yeah, that's fine. And at this point now, there's so many different things. You can basically do anything on Twitch, you know? So yeah, maybe a while back, it would have been really surprising to not know who the like top streamers are, because everybody was playing games. And yeah, not everybody likes watching the same genres of games, but like it was all video game content, you know? That's just not the case anymore. So if you're somebody who's like, yeah, I love Twitch. I watch a bunch of different people that cook stuff. I'm really into cooking. I'm really into live cooking content. They're not going to be watching the same shit I do, you know? So yeah, it makes sense. The pool is vast and wide, you know. I'm curious how simulcasting will work out now that Twitch opened it up. I don't know. True. Yeah, because that was the other thing, is for a while, like, other countries where streaming was really big, they had their own services. They weren't using Twitch. And now people worldwide are using Twitch. And it's not that those other sites, like, aren't still doing fine, but Twitch is international now in terms of, like, streamers, you know? Yeah. I totally agree. When everything was going down with Twitch and people were like, we should be looking at YouTube. We should be looking at, you know, Kick, you know, whatever. We should be looking at other sites and seeing what they offer. Because, and I totally agree with this. I still think this is true. It's not good for Twitch to have a monopoly, but it does right now, you know. And people will say, well, YouTube's there. People stream to YouTube. Yeah, but the chat situation on YouTube is not it. It's not good. The moderation options, the chat quality, you just don't have the same control that you do here. So it's like, at the end of the day, if you're somebody who interacts with your community a lot, you're not going to want to use a service like that doesn't give you that control. And I'm shocked that it's not something that they have tried to do anything about, because at this point they are, like, I think, the leading competitor. But they won't change the biggest thing that's keeping people from moving over to YouTube or using YouTube. I would totally use YouTube. I would simulcast, absolutely. If I didn't think that on Twitch it would be perfectly fine, and on YouTube it would be a cesspool. And we've talked about this before, and the answer is always like, just shut it down. Just shut down chat everywhere else and make people come to Twitch in order to talk. It sucks that that's the best option, you know? This rant got cut off by an ad. How are we? Is everybody back now? Cool tune. Thank you. That's hilarious. I'm sorry, but that's so funny that I was like, and another thing about Twitch, and then I got cut off by an ad. They're watching.
They know. They know about us.
Yeah. Yeah, that is what I would do, assuming that that's not against their terms of service. I actually have no idea. But yeah, if I was streaming to like TikTok, YouTube, whatever, I would probably just have in the description a little thing that was like, if you want to chat, you got to go to Twitch, dude. It's how it rolls. And we had talked about that before. And somebody was like, honestly, there's a couple of people who I've seen do that, and it works. At least for me, it works. I totally went to their Twitch so that I could just like join and hang out with chat. So. Astro Chris, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Welcome to the Cat Gang, guys. Make sure you thank Astro Chris in chat. Thank you so much. You deserve these. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. There's a guy I used to watch all the time, and he just tells people on YouTube to move to Twitch. Yeah. Oh, I haven't been around in a while, and God, I miss this community. Solid feels between here and Jesse's channel. Thank you. Lots of people swinging by to say hi today. Thanks, guys. There are services that merge chats and activities from different sites that you can use for personal use, but Twitch doesn't want it viewable to the audience. Jesse had the trash can charity stream yesterday. Someone sent me a clip because I guess on stream Jesse had been like, "Yeah, I'm bugging Dodger about doing a thing," and chat was like, "Doing what thing?" And so it's just a clip of him being like, "Here, I'll read it to you," but he keeps like beeping things out. It's very cute. But yes, Jesse and I are talking about, again, like we do every month or so, talking about doing a thing together. So hopefully, eventually we will do a thing. I would love that. Jesse's a big goof. He is. He is a big goof. My hair is finally starting to dry a little bit. The length of it is so weird right now. I love the candy corn shirt. It reminds me of candy corn too. Thank you. Lucianiak sent it to me. Oh, you and Jesse are like the comfort food of second monitor entertainment. Thank you. I love that. Lucianiak, know your colors. They always send me the orange shit, and I love it. My favorite game, Redacted. Mm-hmm. Yeah, someone put it in the clips channel of our Discord if you want to go look at it. It's good shit. Let's pull another code. Ready? Has everybody entered who wants to enter for this code? Have you all typed "Who's that Poemon" one word in order to enter the giveaway and get a Poems and Codes key for Steam? No, if you've entered before, well, if you entered at the very start of stream and you haven't re-entered because shit got refreshed by accident, then yes, you need to enter again. If you entered at the very start of stream and have not entered since then. Ooh, this is a fun way to hold this. Ooh. Who, me? Somebody was like, "Ooh, I like that mug," and one of you was like, "It's a mug with Dodger's face on it." Thank you. There's a new Rusty Lake game. Since the Underground Blossom, we already played that. If that's the one you mean. Ready, steady, I'm rolling it. Boop, boop. Drum 0 0. 0_0. Congratulations, you've won the code. Also, Dr. Jazzfist rejected the code. Boop, boop, boop. So we get to give that code out again. So we still got 2 codes to give out. He rejected it. Rejected, dude. They rejected it for the goof, potentially. But like, it was really fun to do a wee woo noise, so I appreciate the goof. going on the farm thinking there's a fire alarm. They're very used to me making weird noises in here, I think. Oh my God, can I tell you how smart my father-in-law is? I was like, yeah, I keep almost dying on these stairs, so I'm buying treads to put on them. And he was like, well, we need to repaint them anyway, so let's just sand them and paint them and then put sand in the paint. And then they'll have grit just naturally because they'll be painted with like sandy paint. And I was like, I never would have thought of that in a million years. He was like, yeah, it's a pretty normal thing to do. I was like, I've never heard of that. That's so smart. I think others would probably get more out of the game than myself, so I rejected it. I appreciate you following proper procedure to reject it. Okay, but instead of sand, why not glitter? Now we're talking. Clark agrees. Clark will remember this. May I ask Mr. Father-in-law's profession is/was? He used to work in a paper printing factory. He was a bodybuilder and currently does scaffolding and construction work. But Sam's hoping that he's gonna retire soon. Because him body hurt. Scaffolding and age do not mix well. Yeah. Well, he mostly does like desk work for it, but there's so many days that like one of the guys just can't make it, and he's like, "Well, that's fine. I'll just fill in and work on the scaffolding." And everyone's like, "Don't do that." I put glow-in-the-dark rocks in my grandma's gravel driveway. Oh my gosh, I've seen people doing this. It's so fun. That is tempting, has gravel driveway. We also have a gravel driveway. And we might be making it a bit bigger because currently it's kind of a squeeze for all the cars to fit in the like gravel area. If we're going to be making it, if we're going to be adding more gravelly area anyway, my favorite videos are wives doing it and their husbands coming home at night like, why, baby? Honey, what is this? It's too late. I already did it. We do need to re-gravel it a bit. Oh my gosh, Sebi Poo, of course. I hope you're doing all right. Because it's fun. Because it's fun. Have you guys seen the videos of that woman who was painting like tiny little things all over the house every day until her husband noticed? It was so cute. She would just like open drawers and paint like little flowers on the inside of drawers and stuff. Oh my gosh, it was adorable. And when he found them, he was so delighted. Like he thought that they were so fun. And he was looking all over the house for them. It was so cute. I was like, what a fantastic end to that. Yeah, very cute. Seems an awful waste. People have used that audio in such funny ways. Seems a downright shame. That kind of thing is the only thing that would make me let someone else live with me. For you to be the one that found all the paintings, or for you to be the one that can like do a funny, wholesome goof and know that the person you live with is going to be like, that's so fun. I love that you did that. Either way, fantastic. We have this like corner cabinet thing that finally came over. Because again, we're out of that house for real now. That was one of the last things that needed to come over. It's like a little corner unit that I put in the kind of like entryway of the farmhouse. And Clark comes into the entryway, looks at it, and goes, "What is that?" And I was like, "What do you mean, what is that?" "We've had that for 3 years, Clark." And she goes, "Oh, yeah." I was like, damn, this thing needs more screen time, dude. Fuck. People in this house don't even remember it existing. Do you celebrate Thanksgiving in England? Thanksgiving has gotten weirder and weirder. Thanksgiving was already weird, but like, keep in mind, in my family, we don't celebrate Christmas. So Thanksgiving was always like our big end of the year holiday. And we would give gifts at Thanksgiving and, you know, all sorts. So, the Pandumu came and happened, and I missed like what 3 Thanksgivings in a row, which is fine. And now my kid's in school, and so I said, "Hey, she doesn't have a break when Thanksgiving happens because that shit doesn't exist over here." But she does have a break in October around the time of Halloween because that's half term. And my family was like, "Cool, we'll just do Thanksgiving then." So, so yeah, we still do Thanksgiving. We do not do it here. We do it in Oregon, and not at all at the time that Thanksgiving normally happens. So. Is that when Canadian Thanksgiving is? That's really funny. It's in mid-October. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Yeah. So it should be fun. We'll go there, do Thanksgiving, do Halloween immediately after, hop on a plane and come home. And have crushed 2 holidays in 1 week. Absolutely. But last year we had talked about doing like sometimes people will do what they call Friendsgiving, which is literally just like around the time of Thanksgiving, just inviting a bunch of friends over. So I'm kind of like, that could be a cute thing to do out here, since we're not doing Thanksgiving in November anymore. Is Sam live? I ask him what he want for dinner, but I get no response. Yeah, just invite all of the uncles over. I don't know, if I wanted to get really chaotic, just invite everybody over. All of our streamer buds, all of our not streamer buds, and just be like, enjoy. Yeah, we had a big camp out in summer for all of the kids. We just pitched tents in the field because we've got a big field. It was awesome. It was really, really fun. Are there deer around your place? I have not seen deer here. I haven't seen deer out here at all, to be honest. Deer are everywhere on the farm in Oregon. We did that for early family gatherings. My advice is to get a huge pan for cooking. Yeah, the other day I asked my mother-in-law if I could use one of her huge pans because keep in mind, she had 5 children and they would bring friends over all the time. So like a lot of her older cooking stuff is just huge pans, huge bowls, right? But a lot of it is still in storage because they're still building their place. And yeah, so everything that they're using right now is really small. And I was like, that must be so weird for you. after years and years of cooking with these huge pots. Yes! Holy shit, that's such a good way to put it. Are We There Yet said, if you're not used to them, deer are like forest unicorns. If you are used to them, they're like big squirrels that do property damage. I have never read something that described deer so well. Everyone in my life that is not used to deer, when they see a deer, is like, oh my God, and it's got a baby. Oh my God, oh my God, it's so beautiful. Growing up, when we saw deer, we'd all be like, fuck, go away. Because they just eat all of our shit. I did a whole presentation on different methods to keep deer away from your plants. They're so obnoxious. What's the best method? There's a product called Deer Off. I know. There's a product called Deer Off that is not dangerous to them, but makes everything taste disgusting. And at the time, at least, it was the only thing that consistently worked for us. I know people that look at deer and go, ooh, venison. Sure. If it's legal, it's not legal where we are. Yeah, shout out to anybody who has deer crossing signs on the back roads because deer love to just appear and cause car wrecks. Yeah, that's like any of my friends when I was in LA and one of my friends that was in like the Burbank area would be like, "Yeah, we saw a bear in our backyard." Like, huh? Aren't you in a city? Aren't you technically still Los Angeles? What do you mean you saw a bear? We had a moose loose in our street a few weeks ago, and I felt like such a stereotype. I've never lived anywhere with wild turkeys. The I wouldn't call it a road hazard, but the reason that I was late to school multiple times growing up was because cows had just knocked down a fence somewhere and were just in the street. And literally the only thing you can do is wait for their local assigned cowboys to show up and be like, sorry, sorry about this. Sorry, guys. We'll get them out of the road. Like, you can't, what are you going to do, you know? you just sit there in your car waiting for somebody to be like, oh, fuck, are those mine? Oh, yeah. I mean, a bunch of us would be late because of cows. So, yeah, you could show up easy peasy and be like, hi, I'm late because cows. And they'd go, you and 10 other people. Yeah, sounds right. I was stopped by livestock for 2 hours. My bad. Should have chosen the other road. I didn't realize what was going on today. Yeah, you can't. Cows are so strong. And it doesn't have anything to do with like worrying that they're going to attack you. I wouldn't worry about a cow attacking me. But if I went over and tried to push it, it would be like trying to push a giant rock. It would just stand there. I love that if you beep at cows or horses, they look offended and just stand even stiller. Yeah. Ride a cow to school. I also think that would go well, yeah. Ready? I'm re-rolling. Boom! Banished Gypsy! Congratulations. You win a key. Oh my God. You won a previous key. It just popped up. You lucky duck. All right, we've got one code left. My handies are cold. I'm going to turn this heater on. You want to hear something cool? Our boiler doesn't work again. Our boiler doesn't work again. I love it. But this time, it acts like it is working. Confusing. So I'm about 5 minutes away from hitting the reset button again because I'm so annoyed with it. Classic boilers. Before, the screen at least was blank, and I'd be like, okay, it's either dead or we need to do something with it, right? My father-in-law kicked it enough that it was fine for like 3 days. And then it started acting weird again. And now the screen is alive and says that it's doing heat things. But it's not. But it's not actually. And every radiator in the house is ice cold. Yeah. Boiler's living that 4:30 p.m. corporate lifestyle. It's just pretending, yeah. It's like, of course I'm working. Look, the lights are on. That's 2 red lights, dude. That's the radiators and the water. You have both. And then I turn on the water and go, why are you lying? What do you mean? Why are you such a liar? I did finally move, yeah. I did move. We moved a few months ago, but we only started working out of the farm. How long have I worked at the farm? A month? As my friend did, opening a spreadsheet with nothing worthwhile in it every time he hears movement. No. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Wow. You say I wanna be your girlfriend. I wanna be your girl. That's a good song. That's a good one. If you want to listen to a song. I'm glad, minus the boiler situation. Everything sounds like it's going well. It is. Yeah, I really like this place. Clark did the classic little kid thing, and we went to the other house because we're finally getting it's going to be out of our lives real quick here. And what was I going to say? Oh, and she was like, man, I wish we still lived here. And I was like, don't say that shit. Don't say that shit. She's like, I miss this house. We should live here again. Why did we move? I was like, because our new place is so much better, Clark. I wish you could understand. I used to watch you every afternoon before I started working in my current lab at the beginning of the year. Time has flown. You're in a new place with cool new hair, and I'm glad I could catch you today. I'm glad you could catch me today, too. Thank you so much. Wasn't she super excited about moving before? Yeah, kids just, I don't know. From what I can tell, a lot of kids do this. Every house we've ever lived in, she's like, I miss that house. That was such a great house. I was a baby in that house, like just really overly emotionally attached to places that she doesn't remember really either. She'll see like pictures of the house that we were in LA and be like, oh, I miss that house. I'm like, no, you don't. We moved when you were barely over 1 year old, I think. Clark is a weary soul. Dude. When we were grabbing stuff, TK Maxx is dangerous. Okay. We were grabbing, all of the little random bits and bobs of clothing for her to make a Wednesday outfit. And we walked by one dangerous aisle that was entirely stuffed animals. And she picked up a gigantic, like, round dinosaur and goes, I need it. I think I'll die without it. You'll die? So I said, no. As it happens, you have so many stuffed animals, Clark. Hi, my love. Yeah. Huh? I don't know. Do you need me to end earlier?
No.
Do you want me to mute?
Yeah.
One sec. One sec, guys. Be right back. Okay, hello. Sounds like something's gone awry. and I'm going to have to stick to my normal 2-hour thing. But I can roll this last code. If you want to join to get this last code, this is your last chance. Type, who's that poem on, in chat. Oh.
I just told him to leave. It's fine.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. But we'll still give away that last code. It's fine. Mixed signals all day. My entire day has been a series of mixed signals and confusion. But that's okay. I'm just delighted to have still been here in a cozy chair with a comfy blankie and get the update of never mind, crisis averted from my husband. The flip happened so fast. Ha cha ha cha ha cha ha ha pa ha ha pa ha pa ha pa ha ha cha. Yeah, it was because the house currently is being like deep cleaned so that we can give the keys back and be like, bye. And originally the understanding was, cool, when you're done cleaning, just peace out, it's fine. Just peace out, it's fine. Because Sam and I were going to be working. And then they called Sam and they were like, hey, we're going to be done at this time. Somebody needs to come over here and do an inspection of our work. And so Sam had come in being like, we're both live. I don't know what to do. I can leave the server running. And then the boys can play and I'll just leave for a while. And I was like, well, I can leave because I've already been streaming for a bit, you know, and normally my Sunday streams are short anyway. It's fine. And so we were both doing the like, no, it's fine, I'll go. It's fine, I'll go. And I finally was like, I'll go, right? And then he got called the second that I was like, I'll go. He got called by them and they were like, we're done. Somebody needs to be here. And he was like, no. He was just like, no, you guys can just go because it's going to take us a while to get there anyway. And we didn't have enough of a heads up to get there in time. So you can just leave. And they were like, okay, great. So cool. Sorted, I guess. Yeah. We're just trying to get out of this house, dude. It's fine. Where are you moving? Here. We've already moved. This is our last house. We're trying to get it out of our lives. Big good feelings for all of you there. Thank you. We're very happy. We're very happy. We're just tying up loose ends and shit, you know.
You know how it is.
We're almost to 200 people who have entered the giveaway. There's currently 197 people. If 3 more people would like to enter it just for shit. Yeah, we hit 200. Thank you. Are you doing any painting and reno in the new place? Yeah, we have so much shit planned that we would like to do to this house. It's very, very hard water here. So all of the faucets are almost impossible to turn. Which sucks when you have a little kid in the house. Because, you know, she wants to be independent, but she literally can't turn any of the faucets on. She can't turn any water on. So swap out all the faucets, please. Sam bumps his body constantly while taking a shower. Would like to do something about the shower situation. Our boiler dies a lot. Yeah, lots of stuff. There's so many things. Yeah, we own it. This is our first house purchase. Hopefully I was going to say maybe our last house purchase, but I'm not going to make that promise. But yeah, we plan to live in this house for a very, very long time. No one's been able to come visit the farm yet. They want to, but it hasn't happened yet. It's like a family communal farm situation. So Sam and Clark and I live in the main house. There's an annex that my mother and father-in-law live in, and then my sister-in-law also lives on the property on like a non-permanent home. There are so many animals. The geese are literally screaming outside right now as we speak. Are the security geese? Yeah, they're good. They were very pissed off this morning, but they're good. And then the pigs knocked over the gate. Very cool. Not the gate, like to the animal fencing. No. They started knocking over the gate leading to the street. Thank God that whole thing is getting sorted. In like a week, I think the new pillars should be up and then the new gate should be up. But currently, it's kind of like haphazard over there. And the pigs had followed me to the gate because I was leaving. And it just all went to shit. Yeah, it's not Animal Farm over here. No. All the animals are just desperately trying to eat shit that they shouldn't and sleep somewhere cool. That's mostly what they're all trying to do. That's the wavelength everyone's on. We have no animals with food plans. No. Any animals that can lay eggs, we will use the eggs. But aside from that, there are no food plans for any of the animals we raise. No. Dino Dax, thank you so much for all the gifted subs. Welcome to the Cat Gang, guys. If you were gifted a sub just now, make sure that you say thank you to Dino Dax. We haven't gotten any goose eggs yet. No. As far as I know. I don't think we have. Immune to gift subs. Yeah. Next spring I'll be getting chickens again. But again, not to eat. Yeah, we never got goose eggs because they were goslings when we got them, and that was in summer. So, assuming that because it's not like we're simulating any sort of like seasonal such and such. People do that for poultry sometimes because naturally their bodies don't want to lay eggs all year long. So probably in spring we'll get eggs. I didn't realize how often I was doing this until I suddenly didn't have chicken eggs anymore. It's technically tamago no gohan, the like you just like really heat up pre-cooked rice, like you know, day old leftover rice, and then crack a raw egg in and just mix it up until it's like a mush. And then typically add in like soy sauce and stuff. I didn't realize how often I was doing that until I suddenly just like didn't have eggs around all the time. So I'd have some leftover rice and be like, oh my God, I should crack an egg in there. And then I don't have any eggs. I'm like, fuck. Normally, if I look around and I don't have any eggs, I just go to the chicken coop and I suddenly have an egg, but not today. The egg economy in ruins. Yeah. I remember when we got the chickens, that was around the time that eggs were like insanely expensive. And anytime I'd talk about having chickens, people would be like, oh my God, you're egg rich. I do that with Marmite, easy snack. Holy shit. I took Sam to like a really fancy dinner for his birthday, and it was super fun, and we totally want to go back at some point. It was awesome. Very expensive though, but so good. And part of the first part of the meal where they were like, here's bread and stuff, you know, they brought 2 different butters, and one of them was rosemary butter and one of them was Marmite butter, and Sam was like, disgusting. I was like, I don't think I've had Marmite. I don't know what it tastes like. And he was like, I guess here's your opportunity. Feel free to eat some Marmite butter. It's going to be awful. And I ate it, and I wish I was lying to you. I couldn't figure out what he was talking about. It's like, it just tastes like butter. He tried some and gagged and was like, how can you not taste the Marmite in that? I said, I don't know. And so I tried a huge dollop of it on a piece of bread and ate all of it and was like, it tastes like butter. I don't know. So then we went, apparently Marmite is a thing that either you love or you hate. That's like the slogan, basically. You love it or you hate it. So I was like, I'm concerned because I can't even figure out what it tastes like. So we went to the store, and there's a type of Walkers which is like Lay's, crisps, chips, that is Marmite flavored. So I bought the Marmite flavored chips and ate like half the bag and was like, I think I know what flavor they're talking about now. And Sam was like, how the fuck do you still not know? What do you mean? And I said, I mean, I kind of get it, I think. But it doesn't taste like much. He was like, it does, though. It's so strong. What are you talking about? So now I feel like I have to buy actual Marmite because I'm still kind of confused. It's supposed to taste like yeast. Oh. Yeast is in everything. Why? I don't understand. It's a yeast extract. It is yeast. Don't make a mistake that people often make. They'll spread that shit everywhere, but you don't actually need much. Okay. It's lovely, but it's not for everyone. I heard it tastes a bit like soy sauce. Okay. Interesting. Marmite with leftover rice and eggs like you have is nice. Oh, so if I was doing the like hot rice, egg, and then a little Marmite instead of soy sauce, interesting. I'd be down to try that. But again, I haven't tried actual Marmite yet, so. What's the difference between Marmite and Vegemite? I'm sure I could look this up. I'm sure I could just look this up. I don't know how many times I have to ask this man, hey, should we order dinner? Hey, do you want me to order us dinner? Sam, would you like dinner? I'm aware of the hypocrisy because of how often Sam's the one who's like, how many times do I have to poke this woman about about us getting dinner? I feel it now though. There's no time for dinner. All right, I'm just going to order us whatever I want then, I guess. You can hear them? Nice. As it should be. They're loud. They are. They've got their adult honks now. Imagine my surprise last time I went to Oregon, because when we left, they were still doing what goslings do, which is adorable. And they go, they just make little meep noises, little cheep, cheep, cheeps. I loved them. Okay? I go to Oregon. I come back. And they're honking at me. It's like, no. No, I'm so sad. I still love them, though. Uh-oh. An ad is starting. A perfect time for me to order some food. Bing bong. Is everyone free? Fantastic. I ordered pasta, and the place I ordered from had a big sale on like a leek pasta. I love a leek, so big Shakespeare fan. Oops. All right. Great. I made homemade Alfredo last night. I made too much, so I'm having Alfredo all week. Nice. I'm so ready for the bi-yearly Sam Taco Bell haul tweet later this week. I know, dude. Yeah. I was thinking about Taco Bell the other day because I saw a TikTok where somebody was like, any of you who have seen her, it's the person who finds out people's birthdays, which is just a wholesome, cute time. Anyway, she made a video where she was like, I'm tired of people recommending me good Italian food when I say I want Olive Garden. I don't want good Italian food. I want Olive Garden. And I immediately was like, that's how I feel about Taco Bell. If you're like, man, I could go for some Taco Bell. And someone's like, just go to the taco truck. It's so much better. You're like, shut up. That's not what I want. I want Taco Bell. Oh my God, I'll put a leek in anything. Dude, anything that's like, add an onion, I'm like, or a leek? I love them. I don't know why. When we were doing, is it Henry V? Whatever Shakespeare play it is where a guy literally just eats a leek. The guy who had to do that would take a big bite out of the leek and then come backstage and gag because he hated it so much. And I was always like, man, I should have gotten this role. I would stand out there and eat that leek, dude. From someone who ordered P.F. Chang's last night. Yes, I want this exact nonsense. Yeah, please don't. I'm not under the impression that I'm ordering the cream of the crop of this genre of food. Have you heard of the leek pageant? I haven't. It sounds great though. Wah, 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 wah. Wah. Wah, 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 wah. My mother-in-law makes basically a pot pie that's a chicken and leek pot pie situation, and it's so good. It's so good. I've been trying to figure out how to make it without the chicken. It's one of those situations where you're like, I feel like the chicken is adding a lot here, you know? So what could I replace it with? I'm not totally sure. I have rice with lentil stew for lunch tonight. Nice. I have just a tiny bit of chili left over that still needs to get eaten. So That might be midnight me. I don't know. Sam won't eat mushrooms. He hates them. Hates them. We've tried them many a time. They will not stand. Not in this house. Yeah, I might just try tofu. That might just be the crusher, you know? I don't use tofu nearly often enough. Sam hates mushrooms and Marmite. Both are fungus. True. He has liked the things I've used miso in, which is not a fungus, but I think has the same sort of like stank, you know? Now I want spicy cabbage and tofu, and I have neither. Spicy cabbage and tofu, good. I've been using jackfruit in a few things, and it's been pretty great. Kimchi, my beloved. I've been wanting to make kimchi fried rice lately. I just haven't done it. I haven't found a kimchi out here. A kimchi out here that I've really loved. Seitan, I don't like very much. I've tried it so many times and I just don't enjoy it. I don't like the flavor. I don't like the texture. I don't like anything about it, unfortunately. I just got sent a picture. You won't be allowed to see it, but I will tell you whether or not it's adorable. It's adorable. It's so cute. It's so cute. Oh my God. They're cute. They're so cute. Oh my goodness. One of them is a picture of a skeleton hanging in a cage. And it's just a picture of Clarky pointing at it like, like sad. My kid's at a Halloween thing right now, and she feels like a big kid. She's there with my mother and father-in-law and our other nephew, who is 7. So she gets to be a big kid and go to a Halloween thing. And the pictures are very cute. Yeah, dude, as always, if you have a recipe that you think is delicious, you know, feel free to drop it in the Discord. I would love to see it. It's fun to make your own kimchi, but it's a bit smelly for a while. My nephew, when I was in Oregon, my nephew that's my age, my nephew made mochi. And the whole time I was like, you can just make mochi in an afternoon. It was him and his girlfriend. She was like, yeah, my family used to make mochi all the time. So he just went in the kitchen one afternoon and was like, I'm going to make mochi real quick. I was like, you are? That's amazing. And turned out pretty good. You just beat rice with a big hammer and then you got mochi. I guess so. I guess that is as easy as it is, you know? The only thing with kimchi is you can't make a small amount. I feel like I've watched people make us like not a huge amount of kimchi at once. But it sort of feels like, why not make more than that? You know? If you're gonna go to all the effort. Y'all keep posting recipes, but I keep thinking that's a delicious thing that will wreck my tummy. Yeah. I remember after Sam got out of the hospital with his intestinal thing, there were so many things that we would make, and he'd go, wow, that hurts to eat. We had to avoid, like, he couldn't have spicy food for a long time. I could only use certain types of beans when I was making chili. A lot of those issues, as far as I know, have gone away. But yeah. I've been making far too many chicken and prawn stir fries lately. I saw a small bag of frozen shrimp in the freezer because it was frozen. And so I was like, oh, that's a pretty easy, quick dinner. I'll do that. So I just made a bunch of pasta and added like butter and garlic, and then threw shrimpies in some Old Bay and salt and stuff, and then put them in the air fryer. Dude, I've washed that air fryer like twice. It still smells like shrimp in there. Like, why is seafood so pervasive? What is that? Sam in the hospital reminds me of the picture he tweeted where the preview just cropped his ring finger with the wedding band. His caption was, "One day I'll be free." Yeah, I remember that. He was talking about the hospital, but everybody was like, of your marriage? Yeah, we have one giveaway key left to give out, so. And we're talking about food. Everybody's favorite. I ordered pasta. Because our house is full of shit. Our house is full of shit. We emptied the other house and now it's full of shit. There's so many boxes. There's so many things that need to be washed and cleaned, and I don't want to do it. Good song. What a good song. Thank you. Who, me? The biggest moods, dude. Yeah, we just have to give the keys back. But the house itself, nothing we own is in that house anymore. The issue that I was talking about earlier is that all of the like excess electronics and things that really we should go through, but like all of that shit that we like sometimes use for work and stuff, I was like, just put them in my office. It'll help with the echo anyway. Just more shit in here will help, you know? But it had been raining for 3 days, and the steps going up and down from my office are an actual death trap if it rains. So I was like, no one go up the stairs. I can barely come down the stairs without dying. Definitely don't carry anything up the stairs. I'm begging you. So there's a bunch of stuff in the house that's not supposed to be in there. And I can't unbox them because that doesn't make any sense. So, but we're out of the house. We're out of the house and we can go, here's the keys. Bye. The steps are outside, yeah. Imagining the steps getting wet when they're inside of the house. And when somebody earlier was like, do you have any renovation plans? The first thing not being me being like, yeah, we need to fix this situation where our stairs get wet every time it rains. I don't mind the stairs. What I do mind is all the faucets. I stand by it. I was so confused. For some reason, outside stairs were beyond comprehension. If it's ever icy, is the stream canceled? No, we're adding like texture. Yeah, we're making a situation so that you can go up and down the stairs safe, even if it's really cold. But my big worry, it's easy to get adults to listen to you and you're like, don't go up and down the stairs. But my 5-year-old loves to selectively hear things. So I keep being like, give me your face, look deep in my eyes. Do not go up mommy's stairs, okay? Tell me about it. I'm an elementary art teacher. Oh my God. I can't imagine. Like, do not eat the paint. Fortunately, Clark's pretty good about not eating stuff. 5 years old is a pretty good age for being like, hey, if you eat that, you might die. I don't know. You know, and they'll be like, oh, shit. Okay. I'll avoid that then. Knock on wood. Exactly. But yeah. Cleanliness stuff is like hit or miss at this age, I feel like. They'll do things and you have to be like, homie, wash your hands. I'm begging you. Please wash your hands. before you do whatever the fuck it is you're about to do. They also love farts. Oh my God. We were all trading like, what do all of the kids want for Christmas lists? And my sister-in-law was like, I gotta be honest with you. My son is really into poop and fart stuff right now. Like basically anything gross, he'll love that. So I might get him the little mole in the case of Who Done It. I can't remember who sent that to me when we had Clark, but she loves that book, and it's entirely about poop. It's about a mole who comes out of the ground and immediately gets shit on. And he's like, who the fuck? Who did this on my head? And he goes to all of the animals on the farm and asks them, and they all go, I don't poop like that. You want to see how I poop? And they all demonstrate pooping to him, and he's horrified. It's a fantastic book. And Clark loves it. It's quality. So I might buy that for him. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little kid's book. It's great. I thought they all proceeded to poop on his head. No. Better or worse than the highway rat. A very different vibe than the highway rat. A very different vibe than the highway rat. Hey, Dodger, do you want to do a new show with me? I love that you're coming in here just to rouse chat because you already know I said yes. Everybody say hi to Jesse. Rabble, 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 rabble. It worked. It worked so well. I thought he was asking because the show is going to be poop related. That wasn't, of the list of things we discussed, poop didn't come up. So hopefully I won't be surprised. There's a plush of that mole. Don't tell my kid that. That's what I was telling you about when I had to stop suddenly. That my kid saw the giant plush dinosaur and was like, I need it or I'll die, right? I was like, I'll make you a deal. Let's go through all of the stuffed animals you already have. Give away some. Figure out a better way to contain the ones that are in your life. And then maybe we'll talk about this gigantic stuffed dinosaur. And she was like, okay. I was like, dang, all right, sick. That worked. Dodger, will you do a poop-related show with me called Me, You, and Number 2? Sure. Yeah, sure. I don't know what the longevity is on a show like that, but I would do that twice, maybe. Wait, oh my God. Yes. I will do a show with you called Me, You, and Number 2, and there's exactly 2 episodes, and that's it. Does the mole find out who pooped on his head? He does. Sorry to spoil, but yes, he does find out who pooped on his head. He enlists the help of flies, which is very clever of him. He goes to all these animals, and they're all like, nah, dude, this is what my poop looks like. And he's like, ugh. And then he finds some flies, and he's like, oh my God, the flies will know. So he's like, eat this off of my head and then tell me who pooped it. And they're like, we got you, dude. I'm not going to tell you who pooped on his head. You should buy the book. It's called The Little Mole in the Case of Whodunit. I'll also tell you that he gets revenge. He gets revenge and poops on the one who originally pooped on him. My kid learned a lot of good lessons from this book. So, the circle of poop karma. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Someone poop on you. You poop on them. That's life. Poop begets poop. Yes. See? You guys get it. You understand what this is. You know what they say, a poop for a poop. They do say that. A poop for a poop makes the whole world stinky. Clark was rewatching the Matilda musical. And I love the part in that where the librarian is desperately trying to like get through to Matilda and is like, remember Matilda? 2 wrongs don't make a right. And Matilda is like, unless they do. Like, shit, I can't argue with that. Got him. That's logic, okay? I don't know if you've heard, but I'm a fucking genius, okay? I'm a genius child. Two songs in particular slap in that movie. Clark got so addicted to that soundtrack. There was originally like 2 songs that she was really into, and slowly over time it turned into all of them are good. Love all of them. I think, like many children, originally we would skip the Trunchbull songs because they were spoopy. However, Clark got really into the hammer throwing song at a certain point. But the schoolyard song, the school song, is so good. It's unbelievably good. It's so clever. I've said this before, but sitting in the cinema, because they repeat the whole song twice, okay? Sitting in the cinema, they do the whole song, and I was like, this is a fun song. Like, it's catchy. I like it. They do the song again, and you realize that the whole song is written in ABC order, and your brain leaks out of your ear. I was like, this is a really fun song. Song starts over. We get like a quarter of the way through, and I'm like, wait a minute. What the fuck? Anyway, it's a good song. It's very clever. Yeah. Clark, I think, has a lot of very American. I don't know why I feel like they're American, but I feel like her sense of humor is very American. The way she like does sarcastic line delivery, is much more me. And I keep wondering like when that's gonna change. Yesterday, we were talking about. She asked me what the Italian word for upside down was, and I was like, I think it's like sopra sotto or something like that. And we went to look it up, and it was something like that. And I was like, Clark, if you could learn any language, what language would you want to learn? And she was like, English. And then we both started laughing, and she was like, no, but for real, because I speak American and I would really love to know English. And I was like, oh shit. Oh, okay. I see what you mean now. I see what you mean now. When is she going on tour? That's really funny. I know. She delivered it so straight, like English, and then started laughing. It was so good. No, it's because, I mean, like, I'm sure this is the case for if you go somewhere where the slang is different, it gets pointed out to you a lot, right? So Clark says so many things in an American way, despite living most of her life in England. She says a lot of things the way that I say them. And I know over time that's going to change because she spends most of her time with English kids, you know? But I've noticed how often English people will like correct a thing that she said. I've told this story so many times, but it's like the most egregious version to me is when one of the teachers at the school was like, oh my gosh, Clark, where are you guys going to go? What are you doing this afternoon? And Clark was like, we're going to the grocery store. And the teacher was like, we don't say grocery store here. And Clark cuts her off and goes, I say grocery store because I'm American. I was like, have a good day. Goodbye. Like, when adults do that, when she says something and they clearly know what she's talking about, but they correct what word she's using, I'm like, why? Why bother? You know what she's talking about. She hasn't used an incorrect word. She just used a different word for a thing. And you know what she meant. Like, it's such a strange thing to take the time to do to a 5-year-old, you know? It's like saying to the kid that it's a bad word. That's exactly how it sounds. Like, it's, why? But yeah. And there was a period of time where I was trying to adjust the way that I said things or the names that I had for stuff. I was trying to say the English version of stuff as often as possible because I didn't want to confuse her. And Sam at one point was like, "Why are you doing that?" Like he noticed me doing that. Asked why I was doing it, and I said the same thing I just said to you, which is like, well, I just figure it'll be easier for her if we're both using the same words for things or pronouncing things the same way. And he was like, there are kids everywhere that grow up with parents that speak different languages, and they're just fine. I was like, you're American. You can say the American words for things. She's really smart. She's fine. She can know 2 different words for a thing. It's okay. Just speak the way that you speak. You're her mom. And I was like, okay. So I stopped worrying about it as much. Yeah, when she first got glasses, the first day that she came back after she had glasses, she was like, "Mommy, everybody says glasses different than I do." I was like, "Oh, do they say like glosses?" She was like, "Yeah, something like that." I was like, "Yeah, that's the English pronunciation for it. You can say it however you want, though." And she was like, "I like saying glasses." I was like, "Okay, then you can say glasses." Again, everyone knows what you're talking about, so you don't, don't feel like you have to pronounce something differently if it's obviously the same word, Specs. Yeah. I can't get dual citizenship. Clark was born with dual citizenship, though. My brother and I are currently applying for Italian citizenship, but I don't know if that's going to work out. But if it does, that would be pretty cool. I don't know if that would cause any like weird issues with me living in England. I don't think it would. But yeah. Our grandparents were Italian citizens, so we have a right to apply. And Jared was really interested in applying and was like, apparently, if you apply as a family, then you split the cost. And I was like, I would be down to do that. So. Yeah, I still have to pay taxes in America, even if I never lived there again, I would have to keep paying taxes there if I was a citizen, which I am. It is my only citizenship currently, so. No, it's not because of the fertilizer thing. I would not give up my U.S. citizenship at this point. I can't apply for citizenship here yet, so that would be very silly of me. If we hit a point where I could apply, the next time that I apply for leave to remain here, it will be basically like, it'll be different from what I'm doing currently. Currently, I'm on a spousal residence. So I'm like, I'm married to this guy. He lives here, and our daughter lives here. I would like to live here too. And they say, cool, we'll check back in a couple years. And they did. And then I was like, I would still like to live here. And they were like, that's so great. No problem. Here you go. We'll check back in a couple of years, right? So, I can now, this next time, I think, apply for a more permanent situation and say, like, I'm not a citizen, but I don't plan on leaving. And then, assuming everything goes good, they'll be like, neat, you can stay. Neat, you may stay. And at that point, there isn't like a huge necessity to go for citizenship, unless you have like an outstanding reason for it. And potentially at some point, if I'm like, I don't think I'm ever going to move back to America, I could give it up. Yeah. And then apply for citizenship here instead. Or if at that point we have Italian citizenship, then just be like, just kidding, I'm Italian now. Yeah, draws on mustache. It's a me. I'm so sorry to the Italian viewers. Lisa's about to burrow into my house and be like, what the fuck was that? Our parents applied and were granted Italian citizenship first, which made our application easier in terms of paperwork. That makes sense. Because names had to match up and everything. I love Lisa too. I want you all to know, okay? I texted this man twice saying, would you like me to order us dinner? Twice, right? I then messaged him on Discord and said, I'm ordering something. Shall I order us dinner? Okay, I'm just going to order something because I'm not getting a response. I ordered a thing, messaged him and said, hey, I've ordered you pasta. 30 minutes later, he responds with, I ordered you food. I didn't see this. What did you order me, Sam? Because you didn't poke me at all to be like, hey, what would you like for dinner? Like I tried to. I guess we'll have a lot of food, won't we? On the list of good problems, I guess. I have no idea what he ordered. Welp. Start a poll on what we think Sam ordered. I don't think it's pizza. Well, it might be. I don't know. It won't be a curry. We had curry a few days ago. Or like a couple days ago. What are the chances you ordered the same thing? I don't think very high. I don't know. There aren't that many places that deliver out here, so. So I guess we'll find out, won't we? It was burgers. Put the pasta in the burger. I'm torn now because I feel like pasta reheats better than a burger. So I'm like, there's a burger down there that I should probably eat because this pasta is not going to keep the same way, you know? Fridging the pasta is a good call. I'm sad about it. But I'm very hungry, so. What's the sauce for the pasta? Oh, something that will give me a tummy ache. A cheese-based something. My tummy will hurt for hours. Yeah. I'll have a really nice time until the digestion process starts, and then I'll have a terrible time. That is what it is, though, you know. It hurts so much I can't be brave about it. Intolerant, me? Only of lactose. Yeah, dude, anytime somebody farts, she laughs. But, like, isn't that every child? Isn't there a pill for that? Yeah, and it makes you fart a lot. It maybe helps with the pain. The farts, though, still there. Maybe more so. Yeah, I'm not trapped with the lactose. The lactose is trapped in here with me. Yeah. It's just good, man. It's just good stuff. Imagine being so weak you can be taken out by cheese. I don't have to imagine. That's my life. No imagination necessary. But I do have a powerful imagination and powerful gas. So you can imagine what my life is like. Or can you? Yeah, the fart subtrain. We haven't talked about that in a while, but that is a classic part of my career. Farting and starting a subtrain. I'll think about it forever. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get my burger because I'm starving, okay? Let's take a proper break this time, actually. Go pee, grab a drink, whatever you got to do, okay? I'll be right back. Hello. I'm back. I grabbed my burger. I've nearly eaten all of it already. So it was a good call, I guess. I grabbed it, ran upstairs, and immediately started eating because I realized how starving I was. The pasta's been on its way for like 40 minutes, so it's fine. It'll go in the fridge. The burger and fries are also cold, but that's okay. Pasta is downloading. I know, sorry. I have a friend that can't have soy sauce. Tamari is like a normal replacement. Cold fries with mustard. That sounds great. I love mustard. The only mustard we have in the house right now is hot mustard, but that would also work. I think because there's a difference between an intolerance and an allergy. Having trouble digesting a certain type of food. I think everybody probably has something that their body's like, I don't know what to do with this, you know? Lactose is just a really, really prevalent one. There are maps that show that actually the majority of the population of the world can't process lactose properly. Allergies are a bit different. Because your body isn't, when I eat cheese, my body isn't saying, this is something that could kill us. This is a danger to this body. We must react, right? Yeah, the classic thing that people will say is like, lactose intolerance should be lactose tolerance. Because the standard is that the human body can't process it properly. And if people can process it properly, they have lactose tolerance, actually, et cetera, et cetera. I do have food. I don't know if you were here for it, but it turned out that both Sam and I both bought each other food. So I have a burger that I just ate that my husband got me. And there's a bunch of pasta that's apparently on the way, but has been on the way forever. And when it gets here, we'll throw it in the fridge and eat it another time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, me eating a burger and fries, and people like, weird pasta. No, it's fine. Just means another meal that we don't have to think about. I had a milk problem starting pretty early. I would have cereal for breakfast in the morning and then feel like I needed to gag afterward. It was very strange. And that happened so many times that they took me to the doctor, and the doctor was like, "Stop giving her milk." It's probably the milk. Food problem. Hi, Fire Seal. When I was a kid, we're talking about like lactose intolerance and things like that, and I was saying the point at which I stopped being able to process milk very well was when I was still pretty young. Yeah, we played a game called Signalis. That was great. Highly recommend. It is a survival horror. But the story's fantastic. The puzzles make you feel really smart. It's really good. Yeah. Was it hard avoiding dairy in school? No. They didn't feed us. unless you buy lunch. If you buy lunch there, then sure. But if you brought lunch. Mm-hmm. We have Sunforge today, yep. Starting in about an hour. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a food scientist, but I think probably people have always had food issues. But like we have access to more types of food, and we're also able to engage with food that people typically wouldn't have quite as much of, So I think probably these like food issues have always been there, but the way that we eat and the sorts of things that we eat a lot of has changed. It's kind of like when people will be like, say like, so many kids have autism now. It's like, people have had autism for a very long time, It's that we're able to diagnose it better now. So... yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, I'm not a doctor, but that's what I would assume. I'm going to go back to school for food science. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think about that with Clark, like having to take a pill to make sure that my body didn't kill her because of our blood types. I think about stuff like that all the time. Like, that's an incredible scientific thing to me. And it was such a simple, just like, oh yeah, well, you have this blood type and your baby has this blood type. So we're going to give you this pill and it's going to be totally fine. It's going to trick your body into thinking everything's fine because everything is fine. I was like, okay. All right. How do they find that stuff out? I just can't even imagine where to start. I guess to put it in as like vague of terms as possible, you study the result when that stuff happens, right? It would be like any other autopsy to study what there is and be like, what happened here? And eventually you'd see the same patterns and say, oh shit, this keeps happening, right? Bodies are scary, yeah. Amazing, beautiful, wonderful things that are also terrifying. Bodies are icky. Source, I am a body. I have one. I exist inside of one. Shout out to the scene in Dracula where they all do blood transfusions on Lucy. Oh my God, right? We have a standardized program to teach people how to cut organs out of people and then stuff them into someone else. Yeah, it's nuts. It's awesome, though. Holy shorts, a Dodger. It's me. Hello. How are you, Pigeon Zone? We're lumps of fatty tissue piloting a meat mecha. I have a tag that says flesh tuber, so. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to remember what we were doing. Don't say. I don't want to spoil anybody. But I'm doing that classic thing now where I'm like, what were we doing on Sunforged last time? ETA 8:45. Fantastic. Does anyone remember what Doogs' custom Minesweeper challenge was? Oh shit, it was 200 by 300 with 40 with oh shit. I'm not sure. Do we not have that command anymore? I have a question. When you're starting stream and have music on, I can't hear it, but other people can. I checked my settings, so I don't know, but I thought I'd check in. Are you watching it on the VOD? If you're watching the VOD, the music gets cut out, yeah. So that I don't get DMCA'd. So that's why. If you're watching live, you should hear all of the music. If you're watching a VOD, there won't be any music. Yeah. I still don't understand how it works. It's crazy OBS magic, but basically all of the Spotify audio is sent to a different thing. So even though it's all ported live, it does not go to the VOD. There should also be a red section on the timeline to show what segments were muted. They're not being muted. They're not being muted. That music is literally just doesn't exist on the VOD. Video goes to the VOD. DMCA-able music goes to the void. Exactly. If the music was on the VOD and it got muted, then sure. But it's not getting muted. It doesn't even exist on the VOD. So in order for it to be muted, it has to go to VOD, and then the bot has to be like, hold the fuck on, and then mute it. Thank you. My hair was super short before. It's grown out a ton. Yeah, I've wondered if it would be helpful to have a little thing on the pre-show screen that's like, if you can't hear music, are you watching the VOD? That might be why. I'm trying to grow my hair out after having it at a buzz cut for 5 years. The awkward phase scares me. I totally get it. I feel like this neck thing is up, but I feel like I'm in like a really weird phase with this hair. And it keeps like oscillating between mullety looking and then not mullety looking anymore, you know? Sam has really, really thick hair and did the thing where like all of this was long and all of this was buzzed. And so he went through a really long period of time where his hair was just growing this way on this part of his head and the rest of his hair was really long. We've all been there. I'm also growing out my pixie cut. It looks weird, but I'm embracing it. I believe in you. I believe in you. My hair was so short. I thought it was cute. I just missed a hair appointment, and now here we are. Ba ba da da da. Ba ba da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Stream Together has been launched. If I click that, what happens? Streaming is better together. Wah, wah, na, na, na. Ba, da, 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 da. Who does Clark sound more like, you or Sam? I have no idea. I hear her every day, so I think she sounds like Clark, you know? It's like if someone meets her for the first time and is like, oh my God, she looks just like you. Thank you. I can't see it because she's just Clark, you know? Mm-hmm. Whenever I tell stories about her, I feel like it's equal 50-50. That'll tell a story and someone will go, wow, that's a Sam quality, or wow, that's definitely a Dodger quality. Yeah, she hasn't been on stream in a long time, which I'm very okay with. Mommy, my numbers. She can't be on stream. She's not allowed up the stairs. True. Don't go up the stairs, kid. Holds face. Look at me. Don't go up the stairs. It's 7:37. Okay. What does she know about y'all's jobs? That we play video games. So, and all of the cute things that she fills out that are like, what are your parents' names? What do they do? She writes that we play video games. She was watching a show that was for like little kids that was like, it basically looked like just really child-friendly streamers, essentially like playing a game for, 4 or 5 minutes and being like, wow, what a fun game, And Clark today was like, I was watching that show with Daddy and he knew all the games. I was like, he does play them for his job. So that makes a lot of sense that he knew what all the games were. She was like, I can't believe it. He knew all the games. He's such a gamer. Sam is we're basically wiping one of the switches and putting a couple of games on there for her that she can play while she's in Oregon and on the plane and stuff, because there's a YouTuber that she's watched a little bit of, and I've watched all of the videos with her, and they're very kid friendly and just really chill. It's not like, wow, welcome back to another episode of Animal Crossing. It's just like, it's really chill. So anyway, she's been watching this person play Animal Crossing, and she was like, I would love to play this game. And so Sam was like, I'm going to put Animal Crossing on this Switch for her. The pasta has finally arrived. Goodness gracious. Mamma mia. Again, apologies to all of my Italian viewers. Hey, I'll be right back, guys. Boo, 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 boo. Oh, the ad thing is still up. This is an ad for Dodger. Subscribe. Hello. Sorry about that. Do you guys remember me saying that people can never find us? Homie got so lost. Homie got so lost, dude. But on the plus side, I got pretty much everything sorted for bedtime. So, yeah, pasta got lost. Pasta's now in fridge. Hot water bottle is now in kid's bed, warming up bed. We're good. We're ready to airlift that child from one car into a bed. I wanted to come up with a better thing to say, but there's nothing to say except bed. So there we are. Did we hear what Sam ordered? He got us burgers. He got us a Burger King specifically. And I made the judgment call that pasta was going to reheat well and a burger would not. So I ate the burger and fries and all of the pasta has gone in the fridge. Did the geese attack the pasta guy? No, it is pitch black outside. So a wise decision, sire. Yes, thank you. Not that I need to be told. I'm aware. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. Twinsies. I'm glad I got stopped by that. Color coordinated, for real. I was ready to commit and take a sip of this, but I just made it and it would have burnt the shit out of my mouth. So I'm really glad I got shocked in a good way by the color coordination. Even with the wall. Oh my God. Yeah, we have a palette, don't we? I do love an autumnal vibe. 'Tis the season, after all. Oh my God, somebody the other day was like, your Be Right Back screen is still like... So there was a hot minute there where we were seasonally changing the background. And now it's autumn. So I completely forgot that that the background was meant to change. So is that Peppa Pig with a moon as her face? I mean, the moon is my face. Is that what you're asking? Absorb it all. This was up for a few minutes, like before this, and Mr. Bull really still just ruining everything. I can't find him. Where is he? You know, like, okay, hold on. We're gonna go one by one. That's Arthur. What is that? Wait, what vanished? Nothing? Okay, that's the quest marker. That's Dooger Keck in the moon. That's Dooger Keck in the moon. That's the moon. This is the artwork that Sam did of Susie Sheep saying, fuck it, a classic. The Naruto chicken. Oh, I think the Naruto chicken's behind Mr. Bull. Mr. Bull! Yuli. Doog hands holding the shrimp. Doog dab. Basukat banging the desk. Oh! We found him. Sorry. I'm so sorry to everybody wearing headphones. We found him. Oh, life is different now. We did it. Oh, look at that. Guys, look at that. Oh, the U-Haul's back in the water. I forgot about the U-Haul. crawls back in the water where he belongs. Anyways, for those of you that stayed after that, how's it going? I've missed so much lore. You haven't. I think a lot of these things just happened. I don't know. Please add a Gabio to this. Oh my God, I should. I've been talking with someone about a new intro animation that I think is going to end up being really cute. I'm definitely taking a leaflet from what Manda does on Sam's screens. Manda always like takes every opportunity to just put like goofs and stuff on the walls and things and like emotes and whatever. I was like, we should need to do that. We need to have like set places that we can just put shit. Screaming is a tag. That's true. Screaming is a tag. Manda nails it every time. Manda crushes it. The other thing is that like Manda's been drawing red for so long that sometimes Manda will just draw red for fun and just be like, hey, Sam, I drew this. And it's like a gorgeous new picture of red that he can use. He's like, yeah, I didn't even ask for it. She just drew it. I'm like, that's so awesome. It legitimately is so awesome. Like who would have thought all of those boys that got super into VR chat for a hot minute and made these like anime girl personas that like Whoops and Sam and them would be like, all right, this girl, she's sticking around, you know? Like I never would have thought that Red would have stuck around as long as she has, but she like is the like Sam stream mascot. When are you going to have a coffee making facility in the office area? I'm really torn right now. So I was explaining that like, so the bookshelf that I have is going back there, right? This desk is pushing forward so you can see more of the background and whatever. And over here is going to be another shelf that is specifically just for mugs, which I'm so excited about. And I was like, I should go to the same guy that made the bookshelf and be like, hi, do you want to make me a weird, funky mug shelf? And then the top of it, I can put all of my like coffee making paraphernalia, right? And have like bags of Dodger coffee out and stuff like that, you know, for the branding. But there's that sinister part of my brain. There's my grandpa sitting in here. Who's like, why would you ask somebody else to make that when you're perfectly capable of making it yourself? Isn't that sort of cringe? Here's the thing, though. How long is it going to take me to make that thing? When I got a guy to make a cool bookshelf, and he's perfectly capable of making a cool mug shelf, right? Grandpa Doogs says cringe. It's the lore now. Yeah, I'll commit to that, sure. He'd be, what, 100 and something by now? My mom's about to text me and be like, no. I'm pretty sure he would be, though. Wait a sec. How old was he when he died? I think he was in his 80s when I was in college. He wouldn't quite be in his 100s, I don't think. The I can make it myself disease. Yeah. So many of us have that disease on my dad's side of the family. My grandpa's, though, was like extreme. And I've said this before, and I think that people always think I'm goofing. I am not. My grandpa wouldn't buy paint. He would make his own paint. When he was younger, he knew how a car worked. So he just went to the junkyard and built a car out of parts. Like, it was really bad for him, okay? He had like an incredible mind for building things and making stuff. And so that mentality of like, why would you get somebody else to do that when you're perfectly capable of doing it yourself? I think is good sometimes and terrible sometimes. And I'm pretty sure he hated people, which also helps. It's like if TikTok was around, this is gonna be such a ridiculous thing to say. If TikTok was around when my grandpa was younger, and that person was like, guys who aren't cheating on their girlfriends, what do you do on the weekend? My grandpa would stitch in and be like, I don't have a girlfriend, I make cars. And then would gesture to a horde of just pieces of things and be like, I can make anything here. Also, shout out to my sister-in-law. She's currently tiling her bathroom. Speaking of DIY, well done. I don't cheat on anybody. I just build drains. Yeah. Or like I can't remember what the original prompt was, but it was something along the lines of like, how do you know for sure that your partner isn't cheating on you? And some of them wound up being like kind of mean, but the really wholesome ones were like, I don't think he would have the time because he's too busy painting Warhammer. And it would just like go and be like, hey baby, what are you working on? It was just painting Warhammer. Like, look, it's just really cute. How far away do the siblings and parents live? Is it like right next door? The parents are literally right next to us. My sister-in-law, understandably, is a bit further away. And so she's been sleeping with the dogs. Because she was like, I need them to make me feel safe. So now we have two different areas of the property where anytime you do anything, something barks at you, which honestly I'm fine with. Yeah. You're cute. Shout out to Nellie, who came up the stairs and said hi on stream the other day. I want her to do that again. It was so cute. It made me legitimately want to put a dog bed in here. Like, what do I got to do to keep you, Nellie? You're so cute. I love you. She's so much older now, but she used to be, oh my gosh, so much dog. Just so much. And we now have a younger Dachshund mix named Annie. Again, who is my mother and father-in-law's dog. But Annie is exactly the way that Nellie was a couple of years ago, barks at everything, chases everybody, cannot sit still, loses her mind about absolutely everything. And she's adorable and she's so cute. But like, it's one of those situations where it's like, if it was a bigger dog, you'd be like, holy shit, you know? She gets away with it because she's tiny. But Nellie's chilled out so much. She just trots over. Her face is turning white. She just trots over and is like, you got a lap for me? She's so cute. If I sit down on the ground and the dogs are around, Nellie immediately is just here. She just climbs on me like, hello. Did you want a snuggle duggle? I assume so, because you're on the ground. My cat is snuggling me, and I have access to my hands, arms, and keyboard. It's a miracle. Oh my God, that never happens. I told Clark about the bug show that one of you guys told me about, the like entomology show. Every couple of days now, she's like, can we go to that bug thing? Can we go to the bug show? We should go to the bug thing. I'm like, yeah, honey, it won't be near us for quite a while. But when it is, we can go. When we were all sending each other Christmas lists for the kiddos. This is like the third year in a row that I've had to put bugs in our list of interests. Like, still bugs, huh? She's really into snails lately, which I wouldn't have expected. We had a whole incident. There was a snail outside. She loves holding them. Cool. There was a snail outside, and she saw it, and it was perfectly fine. Went inside, put all of her stuff down, and then by the time she came outside, the snail was crushed, and she brought it up for maybe 2 weeks afterwards. When we would walk by the place where it was crushed, she'd be like, I'm so sad about the snail. I know. Like, what do you do? I know, honey. That really sucks. But currently, there's baby snails everywhere. So, like, on our door, first of all, on our door is a spider who has just been chilling on that door for weeks now, it feels like. And it's almost like a weird part of the mechanism of the door in my mind at this point, that I go to open the door, the spider will have come out onto one of its threads and just sits and chills. When you go to open the door, she runs back to her little like net. There's like a collection. There's like definitely like a point where she hangs, right? She's got like a bunch of fibers in there, a little house, and then bits coming off of the house, okay? So she hangs out away from the house, and when you go to open the door, she runs back to the house every single time. So it just feels like it's part of how the door works now. But also now there's a baby snail that's been just doing the rounds on the door. Don't know why. I have no idea why. I don't know how often baby snails need to eat. But it's like this big, and it's just inching around. And it feels like it's been doing it forever. It might be. It might just be different ones. I feel like, let's find out. Let's find out together. How often do snails need to eat? Some snail keepers feed their snails daily. Others feed them once a week. And others, anything in between. So they can eat between once a day and once a week. Any of these ways of feeding is acceptable. It's advised to keep a set routine. Your snails will quickly become accustomed to a routine. This is specifically about giant African land snails, I think, which is a pretty common snail pet. How often should I feed my garden snail? When is it okay to take food out of the tank? Give them new food every day or every other day. Here's a handy guide. Snail breeding and culling? I don't think that's the guide they were looking for. Snails are just good at adapting, I guess. I guess, dude. Snail cam win. Is Joe live? He is. Okay, we can start wrapping up in a minute here, and then I'll raid into Joe. And you guys can watch Sunforged. Somebody was asking what the tone of Sunforged is. It is still high fantasy, but it's more like dark Victorian kind of a thing. If you're into sort of the vibe of like Bloodborne, but push it a bit more like medieval fantasy, that's sort of the vibe of it. There is like when shit gets real, there's, body horror warnings and all of that. But it's not always that way. The cast is me and Sam, Bree Bun, OLG, Old Lady Gamer, Shane Hawk, and Tomato. And Joe Fudge is our DM, and he's amazing at it. I think this is going to be episode 7. Wait a second. Let me check Obsidian. Because I take notes every session. They don't make much sense later, but I did take notes. Session 6 was last session, yeah. So we're session 7 today. So if that sounds like your jam, there isn't that much to catch up on, aside from the fact that, D&D shows are like 4 hours each. Anywho, Joe literally went live as you said that. Nice. Let's get cracking then, and I can make sure that I'm ready for the baby handoff. We have some Valentines, y'all. Thank you so much. Mighty Deacon said, good luck with the giveaway. Oh, the giveaway! Are you guys ready for us to roll the last giveaway? I'll let you, while I'm reading these off, if you didn't enter the giveaway and you would like to, we have 1 key left. Who's that Poemon? Put it in chat. You only needed to do it once. If you did it once already, then you're good to go. And I'll draw that afterwards. Smoon Sky said, hi, hello. It's been a while since I could come to the stream. I hope you and chat have been well and are enjoying the fall weather. Thank you so much. I am spellbound, says this Valentine is for the cat gang that's been keeping me company on a perfect autumn evening. I wish everyone a comfy, spooky season. What a delight. And Thundergrub says, Valentino, this week has been super mega rough. I've been feeling Doogsparkle, real bad Doogsparkle. But this stream/chat helps quite a lot in making things just a little bit better. I'm sorry things have been rough for you, but I'm glad that you're here. We're going to go ahead and close Raid Leader because we're raiding Joe. I should have had that closed already. That was my bad. Let's see. All righty. Stewie Wonder, thank you for the 43 months. Storscar for the 37. Grace Me for the 40. Astro Chris for subscribing. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. Also for the gifted sub, thank you so much. Catus Megas, thank you for the 44. Silis for the 76. Derpato for the 7. Evil Perry for the 27. All the gifted subs from Astro Chris, thank you so much. I didn't realize you gave another 10 out. I thought it was the same 10 from before. Thank you. That's very sweet. If you were gifted a sub by Chris or anybody else, make sure that you take the time to say thank you, all right? Ryu, thank you for the 49. Sir Chunks for the 81. Duncor for the 108. Happy 9 years. Happy anniversary. Thank you very much for the support. Katie the Cat, thank you for the 38. Dino Dax for all the gifted subs. Felix Riot for the 6. Maya Sum for the 16. Geek Step for the 102. Nick of Time for the 63. Barikato for the 37. Thoughts ate my brain. Thoughts ate my brain, I see. Thank you very much for the gifted sub. Ed Von Schleck, thank you for the 5. Stewie O for the 9. Happy Twitch, baby. Monty for the 19. Blue Star for subscribing. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you so much. Call Me Fletch for the 20. Inay for the 27. Irish Geezer for the 87. Azriel Sinclair for the 83. High Res Pixels for subscribing. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you, thank you. Purpur Daisy for the 13. And Zenergy for the 3. Thank you all so much. Tomorrow is going to be my last day streaming. I don't know what time I'm starting, if I'm being totally honest with you. I need to double check with Sam about what time I'll be able to start. But it's gonna be my last time streaming ever. It will be my last stream before we go to Oregon. Oh my God, that came up so fast. Holy shit! I have 2 days to get my shit together before I go to Oregon. Duke's retiring. I know it's very sudden, but it'll be good for me. Cool. So yeah, I will see you guys either at Sunforged, if you're gonna stick around and watch that, or I will see you tomorrow. Yeah, for a normal stream. Or if you can't make either of those things, then I'll see you after my trip, because I don't think I'm gonna be streaming while I'm on my trip. So okay. Thank you all very much. Take care of yourselves. Stick around for the raid if you would like to watch Sunforged. It's very good. Okay, bye. The giveaway! Roll it! Eshad Cal! Congratulations. I'll message you.